29th, 2024 at Bollinger Park. Tell us who you are and what you want to do and why you want to do it and what's different.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commission members. We are trying a new event this year. I'm Jim Wieprecht. I'm the city manager at Tawnytown. With me this morning is Lorena Vicaire, our Parks and Rec director, who's the one spearheading the event. And I would like to really turn it over to her to give you the more detailed description of the event, if that's all right.
Sure.
All right. This is going to basically be I'm going to say a private event, a limited event, limited to 15 participants who are going to pre-register. On the registration form, they'll have to verify that they are at least 21 years of age. ID will be checked on site when they enter the park. The park's going to be closed for this event because it does involve the guided bird watching walk. So the park is going to be closed from 2 to 6. The event will be held from 3 to 5:30. Initially, we will be offering bourbon tastings from 3 to 3:30. That's the introduction to the event itself and the initial bourbon tasting. And then the guided bird watching walk from 3:30 to 4:30, and then back to the front of the park to the restricted area where the bourbon tastings are for an in-depth discussion of the bourbons and additional tastings from 4:30 to 5:30. We have organized Kimberly Smith Fuentes from the Maryland Whiskey Club, and she works at Tawnytown Liquors, from which we'll be procuring 5 bottles of bourbons ranging from, I don't know the best phrase, but low grade or low quality, I guess, to higher quality.
Low price.
Yes, something to that effect. So we will be purchasing that. She will be handling the instruction on it, the tasting, the information on each of the bourbons and pouring for the tastings. I will be checking ID when the participants arrive before we go into the introduction of the event and the instructions. I don't feel that wristbands are going to be required because the bourbon tasting area is going to be fenced where we'll have the table and the glasses. Oh, and these will be 5-ounce tasting glasses, which participants are welcome to take.
Tasting glasses.
I'm sorry?
5 1-ounce tasting
Oh,
glasses.
I'm sorry, actually, right, they're the small tasting glasses. They're not,
There's 5
the
of them.
tumblers.
Five separate glasses.
They'll have one glass. We'll have water jugs there for them to rinse in between, yes, because they're going to be actual glasses, which the attendees will take home with them. They're souvenir glasses. They have Tawnytown engraved on them or what have you. And so she'll be handling that. As I said, I'll be checking the ID. She'll be conducting the information and the tastings, and then there'll be the guided bird watching walk. Come back. Again, the park is closed, so there's no one else in the park besides these 15 participants, me, the Carroll County Bird Club ornithologist, and Miss Smith Fuentes, and an officer if we should need that. I don't anticipate needing an officer on site, but we do have information on our registration form for anyone who wants to sign up for this. The cost is $75 per person. Of course, that includes the tastings, the guided bird watching walk, and the souvenir glass. They'll have to return the binoculars. They're a little bit more expensive. Joe, did I include this in the packet, the copy of the registration form? Did you receive the mailed version of the packet?
I never did receive.
You haven't received the mailed version yet? All right.
There's one in the packet. Is it?
The registration form copy? Okay. So on the registration form, I'm sorry? Did someone say something? Oh, okay. On the registration form, it does state participants must have a designated driver for drop-off and pickup. We will be just double-checking that. And on the back, it does state that under the waiver permission declaration of legal drinking age, It does state that they must hereby declare that they're of legal drinking age in the state of Maryland, at least 21 years of age, and that they understand they'll be asked to present identification for verification on site at the time of the event. So if they don't have their identification, then they won't be participating. They'll be asked to leave, unfortunately. But
Do you know if the person from Tawnytown Liquors is alcohol management
yes,
certified?
yes, she is. Mhm.
So with their 1 ounce glass, they can taste all 5?
They can. Mhm. And again, they're limited to the tastings, and Ms. Smith-Fuentes has poured before, so she knows just a simple tasting, a swallow, and then that's it. So they get that one tasting at the beginning, and then when they return, they get a more in-depth discussion, and then another tasting.
And where are you buying the bourbon from?
From Tawnytown Liquors, yes.
The tasting area, is it an enclosed area of some sort?
It will be, yes. It's going to have the temporary construction fencing around it.
And there'll be a discussion of the merits of the different bourbons?
Yes,
Will there be a discussion of the birds that people saw?
yes. Yep, the ornithologist is handling that, and Ms. Smith-Fuentes is handling the expertise on the bourbons.
Perhaps we should send the inspector for the bird watching part of it.
Hopefully it will be cooler on September 29th.
Can I make a couple comments? You said 1 ounce samples.
Right.
Our rules only allow half-ounce samples.
Half ounce? All right, well, we can make sure, do we need to purchase just half-ounce glasses?
Well,
Or,
They should have a pourer that only pours when they put a pour on the
oh, the
bottle.
spout thing?
That has a little
Okay.
ball, it should only pour half ounces.
Ah, okay, all right.
They might have to purchase them if they don't have those. And then you go with one tasting when they initially get there,
Yes,
and then another tasting when they get back.
correct.
So they're going to get, theoretically, they can get 10 ounces of bourbon. If you do the 1 ounce
Is that my
portion.
math? I'm not very good at math, I'm sorry. Yes.
That's not what I understood.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
Understand, correct me if I'm wrong. My assumption is that when they get there, they're gonna get one tasting.
Correct, it's going to be one
Then-
tasting, yes.
Then they're
When
gonna
they
go-
return, they can select another tasting,
Right.
right.
But I
Yes.
thought you said they can taste 5 bottles.
We will have 5 bottles there.
They're only going to taste 1 bottle.
Correct. They will make the selection based on the information that Ms.
Okay, okay, okay,
Ms.
okay, that sounds-
Smith-Fuentes is relating.
I was thinking a
about
tasting of
each.
one, each bottle.
Ooh, that'd be an interesting
Right,
bird
that's what I'm
walk.
saying, the 10 ounces that's like a,
I'd be a little worried about them going on the trail.
that's 6
for
drinks,
the bird
6 to
watching.
7 drinks,
Right,
standard pouring drinks if you do an ounce and a shot.
right. No, that's,
Yeah, that would, you have some very,
They wouldn't care about birds.
no, they wouldn't, no.
Well, she did say they have to have a designated driver, so.
Sure.
Well, indeed, but, yeah, we wouldn't want anyone, I mean, the trail is, the trail in the park is very nice, and it's a paved trail, but, and they'll be
park, right?
staying on the trail, yes, the new park. They'll be staying on the trail, however, we still wouldn't want anyone toppling
you
over.
can have, that's
or-
our book, and then
Oh.
liquor, so liquor
Okay.
tasting, and there's also beer and wine. But
Okay.
that's our book, you can have that.
Oh, can I? Oh, thank you. All right. Appreciate that. Yeah, we would need to protect ourselves as well, as far as, even though we have a disclaimer in the park rules sign that any use of the park is done so at the user's risk, but regardless, we want this to be an enjoyable experience and not something where someone, you know, to be blunt, gets drunk and then falls down into the creek, you know, while they're trying to look at birds.
I'm sorry, can you give me your name one more time?
Yes, Lorena? Vicaire, and that's
How do you spell that?
Lorena, and it's V as in Victor, Accare.
Thank you. And the proceeds will go to Recreation and Parks?
It will, actually, it's going to pay for the binoculars and the bourbon.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it sounds like I'm sorry, you said binoculars are returned to the city?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Yes, they're a little pricier for the good quality ones,
Yeah, yeah.
that they'll be able to.
So the
really
city will
use.
have them to use in the future?
Correct, yes.
And this pays for the souvenir glasses as well?
Correct, yes.
Any other questions?
I have no further questions.
Anybody at the other end?
No?
I just want to see if you two are awake, that's all.
I just want to say that I know I promised you the license today, and I totally forgot to get it presented.
That's okay.
But
I have the
we'll
check,
get
I
it
can just
delivered.
give you the check today, and then.
Yeah, and
Okay,
then we'll get it delivered.
that's fine, all right.
We'll deliver it.
I was going to say,
Well, you could come out, and then I can take you out to Ballinger Park and show you. Have you been there yet?
no, Jim passed it on 194.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Actually, I do have a question. So it's
Yes.
going to be limited to 15 people.
Correct.
You're not going to be able to identify those 15 people in any way once they leave and come back. Well, if you come back and you got 17 people and no one counts, but there's 2 people who haven't been carded. I'm just saying, if somebody
the park
jumps
is-
the fence.
No, well, the park
I had
is,
to turn the binoculars in before, to make sure that,
yeah,
So there's
Before they
15
get the second taste.
There's 15 binoculars.
that's right. There, yes, and I'll be going along on the bird watching walk.
Okay.
I'm kind of curious myself. I won't be doing any tastings, so I don't care for it anyway. Yeah, so I'll be with the group, and then I'll obviously accompany them back for the tastings, and we'll stay until after they leave, making sure everyone's picked up, have their designated driver, so. The parking area is somewhat smaller there. You can see, I think, on the event layout that I provided, the parking area is not that large. So that's one of the reasons also why we wanted to just close the park for the event. A, we would have better control over the event itself, and then B, so that way, we just don't have a parking conflict, and that's why we are asking the participants will have that drop-off and pick-up.
Any other questions, comments?
No, it sounds
Any
good to
objections?
me, no objections.
No objections.
Hearing no objections, congratulations, best wishes.
Thank you. Just have to hope for good weather
Good luck,
now.
I hope you see a lot of birds.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you sure you don't mind? Oh,
you're welcome on it. That was-
thank you, thank you, thank you. There you are, ma'am. That's okay, Joe. It's fine. We have
Take a
time.
5-minute break.
Till September.
Okay, we're back in session. Mr. Dixon, would you please call our 1030 case 6510, please?
All right, case 6510, a violation hearing for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering issued to Kenneth Laurie for the use of Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., trading as Bud's at Silver Run, 4115 Littlestown Pike, Westminster, Maryland, 21158, violation hearing for sale to 2 minors. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing, June 28th, 2024. Notice of public hearing, June 21st, 2024. A delivery notice of hearing, delivered acknowledgement receipt of letter dated May 21st, 2024, delivered by hand on May 21st, 2024, and signed by somebody. Ken. There's a notice of intention to defend with the box checked. I do not intend to contest the alleged violations. Dated May 21st, 2024, signed by Ken Laurie. There's May 21st, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to Kenneth Laurie. And there is a alcohol compliance violation sheet dated May 19th, 2024, and completed and signed by Inspector Warner. There's a notice of violation for selling alcohol to persons under 21 under the logo Haven Shoemaker, State's Attorney. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that in evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear. Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated. This time, Inspector Benfer, I believe you're going to present the case
Yes, I am.
on behalf of Ms. Warner.
Yes. Inspector Keith Benford, Board of License Commissioners. I am testifying in reference to Inspector Sherry Warner. Ms. Warner did age compliance checks at Bud's and Silver Run on May 19, 2024. She sent two under 21 years of age volunteers into Bud's at Silver Run. Then she received a text message from one of the volunteers stating they've been served a glass of wine. Each of the IDs were checked. Upon entry, I met with the server identified by the volunteers, and Amy Kepler, which I do believe is to the right of Ken. She stated that she checked both IDs. The manager, Ken Laurie, then arrived and revised of the violation. Kepler stated she did not know it was a crime. She did not know it was a crime to serve underage volunteers. Ken Laurie is TAMS trained, and we're reaching out for training in the future for Kepler and other servers. I make a motion to enter three pictures. I already showed the defense counsel.
No objection.
We'll accept them in evidence.
One volunteer is 20 years old, one volunteer is 19 years old. The alcohol compliance violation, there was 2 violations were issued. AB 6304 and AB 6304, both for serving minors. So there were two charges in the violations. And I believe they were polite and cooperative throughout the incident.
Any questions of Inspector Benfer on behalf of Inspector Warner at this time? If not, counsel, you may proceed.
Yes, as indicated by my client, we're not going to contest that there was a violation. Also, when I represent anybody in different matters, you know, there's not excuses. There may be reasons, but there's not excuses. She did look at the license. She obviously made a mistake by serving them. You know, she was busy, but that's, you know, not a reason. She knows what she has to do. She's very clear on that now. She was very scared and apologetic and almost tearful when I talked to her, about knowing that I go to that establishment, and I don't know how familiar you are with it, but when I go, I probably lower the average age. It's not a kids' hangout by any stretch, but I've watched her work, and just very nice, polite, somebody that you would want to be employed, and I've already told her if she wants a job in the law office, I would take her just because of the way she handles herself. She's attended Catherine Call's last night. I do have she has a certificate. We spoke to Ken about it. He's up that. He's now indicated everybody's going to the TAM program if they're in any way involved with serving alcohol. And otherwise, I think she loud and clear said you just got to take the time no matter what. You got to be clear on the dates. One of them she saw 23, 2003, 24, you could say 21 years, but you still need to look at the actual dates. And she knows that, she's aware of it, and she's very familiar with that, and I think they've been rechecked. Keith has told me, and they passed the recheck when they came back by.
On June 5th, 2024, they passed their recheck.
Counsel, can you identify yourself for me?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mackenzie A. Tantruss, K-A-N-T-R-U-S-S.
And I'm sorry.
T-R-U-S-S. I'm in Mount Airy, Maryland. I can give you the address if you need that for any reason.
I don't. Thanks.
And I have nothing further to add at this point. I mean, I can address it, and I'm pretty sure I spoke for her well enough, but any questions you want to ask, we're not in any way trying to avoid or duck our responsibilities here, and we're taking, accounting and doing what he's got to do, so we're not sitting here again. Do you have any questions for myself or any of those?
Well, I'd like to hear from the licensee as well, because I think he might want to address the board.
We are taking steps.
State your full name and address for the record, please.
Kenneth Lurie, 3922 Augers Mill Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
Thank you.
We are taking steps to make sure that our policies are understood and clearly stated to all employees. We have, all my employees who serve alcohol will be attending Catherine Causes in the next 4 to 6 months. We have 3 of our employees, I believe, signed up for the next TAM certification.
July 25th, yes.
July 25th. Amy will be going to that also. We will, over the course of the next probably 3 months, have all of our front of the house waiters and bartenders TAM certified. We always do have a TAM certified bartender or myself on site.
So the night of this incident, there was someone else on site that was certified, or were you there that night?
I was there that night, yes, ma'am.
What is your policy on vertical licenses?
Our policy now is we do not accept them.
But prior to that, it was not?
Prior
And I
to-
understand you're right on the PA line.
Exactly right. If I may, Maryland is also, if I'm correct, Maryland used to expire their vertical license on your 21st birthday.
No, it's 30 days after your 21st.
Okay, my mistake then. But we are on the PA line, and they do not expire at that point.
But going forward, you're not going to accept,
Correct.
which is a good policy. It protects you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have some great vertical license signage that Keith
I have
did
them.
pass your way. Okay. You have those posted
Yes,
prior
ma'am.
to this?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
You had one on your front, on the door.
On the bar door, yes, sir.
So you did have one posted prior to this?
On the bar door, yes. I'm sorry, yes.
Do you have a all-card policy or a cutoff, like if you look like a grandparent type of thing?
We do not have an all card. It's, if you look under 30, we card.
Looking at our wave chart, it looks like your establishment has a very good record on compliance checks. Can you recall any other violations other than this one?
We did have a violation pre-pandemic, Friday night, Lisa carded and served. Somebody just did the shift change. But I can't remember the date, the exact date of that.
August 12th, 2015, fine $300, violation sale to a minor.
Right, so it's been since 2015. All your compliance checks have been successful, except for the one that brings you here today. Who was the bartender that night?
I believe it would have been Jesse Epling and Nicole Kent.
And you said you always have a alcohol management trained bartender, so one of them were trained?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Do you have any training prior to the serving starting that kind of outlines what you should do for alcohol serving? Do you have any in-house training, I guess I should say?
I talk to my staff, make sure that they're aware of the need to card, and as it's been stated, we've been very good except for this one time.
Is your server going to testify, or it's up to you? I mean, it's not.
I don't see any need
I
to.
don't- If you had any questions for her, that's fine, but I think we've covered it. I've talked to her a lot. She understands. She
Yeah.
understands.
So I would ask the licensee, you talked to your server,
Yes.
and what did your server say to you as far as an explanation?
Just that she looked at it and misread it, and we were busy. And that was it. No excuse, just screwed up.
And counsel had indicated that you don't get a lot of young clientele, is that right?
Correct.
So when you do get young clientele, maybe pass on the word that, well, let's just take a look at their cards carefully. That might be helpful.
Carefully is the key word.
Yeah.
So I just have to ask of your server, it was stated in the paperwork that you said you did not know it was a crime to serve someone underage alcohol. I don't want to speak for you, but I'm assuming you misspoke because you were upset, or did you really not know it's against the law to serve someone that's a minor alcohol?
I didn't know the severity of it. I misspoke. I was definitely a little bit in shock and understood I made a mistake. I wasn't aware that it was such a severe crime at the time.
Ms., just be calm. State your full name and address for the record, please.
Of
just
course.
for the record.
Amy Kepler, 5055 Farside Drive, Westminster, Maryland, 21158.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lurie, we have a program in Carroll County that's been instituted in the last few years, a diversion program where the state's attorney learns about underage sale by a server. Right? It wasn't you, it was a server, and that because it is a crime to serve someone underage, they can take advantage of the diversion program. Do you tell your servers about it being a crime and that they could be charged criminally if they serve to someone underage?
I do not, and I have not, but I will.
Yeah, it's a great idea, and it's incentive, kind of a negative incentive, but then there's also positive incentives, perhaps, if you could offer some type of bonus to an employee who successfully avoids selling to an underage person during a compliance check. That's a positive incentive, and some licensees do that to help the establishment, protect the establishment from underage sale, and also telling your servers that you could end up at the state's attorney's office if you sell to someone underage, and that tends to focus their attention on those dates on the license a little bit.
I agree with you.
Some licensees have employee handbooks where this policy is set out, and this information is transferred to the server, and licensees ask the server to read and sign. It's also a good idea, and you might want to.
Both good suggestions.
Give me that. I want to see that.
How long have you owned and operated Buds?
16 years,
So what year did you take it?
2008.
That's why I was looking at these old wave charts, which indicate that you have a very good record.
Thank you.
Which is something that is important to us and that we consider. I see that too.
Any other questions of the applicant or his attorney, or the
Mr. Ch-
licensee, rather?
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would make a motion that we take a brief recess to seek legal counsel and to discuss the case unless there's more questions to put on the record.
I second that motion. I have no other questions at this time.
Motion been properly made and second that we take a recess to obtain legal advice. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
No.
Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. now back.
Make a motion that we go back into regular session.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded that we go back into regular session after recessing for legal advice. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. We are now back on the record after receiving legal advice. In case 6510, violation of a hearing for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license with catering issued to Kenneth Laurie for the use of Bud's Bar and Grill, Inc., trading as Bud's at Silver Run, 4115 Littlestown Pike, Westminster, Maryland, 21158. A violation hearing for sale to 2 minors. Now,
Mr. Chairman, is now an appropriate time for the board members to discuss this case?
it is.
It's unfortunate that it happened. I would say to you moving forward that I think in-house training and/or in-house information to your servers, to all of your front of house, actually would be a great benefit for everyone involved, especially the person who served. That being said, I will pass it over to Commissioner Barnhart.
Thank you, Commissioner. As I mentioned during the hearing, Bud's has a really good record on compliance checks. And this is an unfortunate detour for you. One of the things I think that the board cares about is it looks like perhaps you don't have very comprehensive training of the people who do the serving. Your server did not know that it's a crime in Maryland to serve underage people. And we've, for the last 2 years or so, we've been pushing this point with our licensees to make sure that their servers know that, because, well, it protects the public not to have a minor served because, you know, minors aren't as developed, don't have the judgment, hopefully, that older people would have. So we are very concerned about selling to minors. That's why we have the diversion program, to try to bring home this point to people who serve, and they go to the state's attorney's office. In this case, you're before us, and you're the licensee, and you have the responsibility ultimately about what happened, but you don't have any criminal, well, maybe you do, but I don't know if you have any criminal responsibility or not, but let's just say you don't. But the servers do, and so we'd like our licensees to tell the servers, drive that point home. In addition to the point that you as a licensee don't want them serving minors either. I know. So that is one of the concerns that we have, is that your servers weren't properly trained. You have alleviated some of that concern by saying that you're going to have your servers get alcohol management training. Is that correct? Everybody. So that's a good move. I think you also indicated that you will have a policy in not accepting any vertical licenses any longer, even though it might affect your business a little bit because you're close to PA.
Correct.
And that's a mitigating circumstance for us, too. In this case, we have 2 sales to a minor. And there are 2 opportunities for your employee, your server, to catch the volunteer, and they didn't. I think that going forward, you will be more attentive to training. I think you've testified to that, and I believe it. And we're hopeful that you will continue to establish a good compliance check record with us. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Before we entertain a motion, Commissioners, do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Director Benford, do you have any questions?
No, and are you going to bring up the diversion program?
Yes, I was going to bring up what it was my,
Well, I think we've gotten out of order here.
Oh, you're right. I'm
Let's-
sorry.
Let's close the record, and then we'll deal with closing, and then...
Sorry, I jumped the gun, sorry.
Evidence has been presented in testimony, and it is now closed, and we will go into any closing comments or motions that would be proper. Inspector Benford, do you have
Nothing
any?
else I want to add.
Yes, just for clarification purposes.
Stay down.
Oh, down here because of this. Clarification purposes, my understanding, diversion program and Catherine calls is one and the same, and she has, I do have the certificate that she completed it last night. Second clarification in reference to some comments made was that it wasn't, there was two individuals at the same time that were carded. The way it was sort of said, it was the same person twice, but not that that makes a difference, but it was just, semantics there as to, what went down. And I think, they've addressed it, they're going to continue to address it, and they need to address it. And that's what they're going to do. The last thing in reference to her comments, just for clarification, it indicated her statement was that she knew it was a crime, but she didn't know the severity of what she did was a crime. But now she does. And that's just my last statements on that, and request that you take the appropriate action based upon the history and record of BUD/S and the things they're doing, and the individual herself who's worked there a year, and the only time, obviously she's ever been involved with something like this. Thank you.
With that, testimony has been closed. Now, it would be proper to make a resolution of the charges. With that, Commissioners, your comments, motions, questions?
I will defer to Commissioner Barnhart for the motion. I've made my comments.
I have no further comments to make, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Chair will accept one.
Mr. Chairman, in the case 6510, a violation hearing for a Class BC beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Kenneth Lurie, I move that we find the licensee culpable of two violations, selling alcohol to an underage person, and that we assess fine of $300 for each, which would be a total of $600 for both violations.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
No.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. In the case of 6510, a violation for a Class BC beer and wine liquor license with catering, currently issued to Kenneth Lurie for the use of BUD/S Bar and Grill, Inc., trading as BUD/S at Silver Run, 4115 Littlestown Pike, Westminster, Maryland, 21158. We find you culpable of a sale to two minors and issue a fine of $300 on each minor for a total of $600. You have 30 days from the official date of notice of the actions of this commission to satisfy the fine. Are there any questions?
No. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck, and we hope that we don't see you under these circumstances again.
May we be excused?
Yes, sir. With that, Mr. Dixon, would you please call case 6513, please?
All right, case 6513, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to William Laricos and Eric Schluter for the use of SPG Inc., trading as Fiamata, 2900 Baltimore Boulevard, Finksburg, Maryland, 21048, in Election District 4. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Hearing notice was posted June 28th, 2024. Hearing notice was posted June 21st, 2024. There is a memo that Joe Vance sent out to Lisa Staley Health Department, and she responded, "This establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See the attached memorandum, Lisa Staley, Director." Signed June 24th, 2024. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Belinda Gassell. With the box checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Belinda Gassell, Collection Supervisor, June 10th, 2024. There's a June 10th, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to Ms. Kyra Towers, Revenue Specialist, Comptroller of the Treasury. And then there's a June 10th, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to William Laricos about this hearing. Then there's an application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, MVA records, corporate information, corporate minutes, stock information, SDAT information, a menu, a lease, plot plan, floor plan, and other licensed establishments. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in by Ms. Vance. I guess everybody in the room, stand and raise your right hand. You too.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. You all may be seated. May I request and remind all of those who testify in this case, the first time you testify, please state your full name and address for the record, please. With that, gentleman, who's going to present the case?
No.
You don't have an attorney?
We do. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I am an attorney. I didn't actually represent these individuals in the application process. I came here to testify as a character witness, but I'm happy to step in if needed, or as needed.
Somebody has to present the case, or you're not going to get a license even considered.
I understand that. So,
You may be seated there for the microphone, please.
yes, thank you. All right, so these two individuals have previous...
State your name and
I
address.
apologize. My name is Perry Larikas. My address is 6404 Greenlee Avenue, Middle River, Maryland, 21220. In addition to being an attorney, I am the father of William Larikas, one of the applicants. Both of these individuals have prior experience in the restaurant industry. They both have had prior experience working with alcohol. My son had a prior liquor license issued by the Board of Commissioners of Anne Arundel County for a restaurant in Severna Park, known as Cafe Mezzanotte, from approximately 2007 through 2013, so about 6 years of operation. Mr. Schluter was the bar manager. They had an acquaintanceship. They worked together there daily. As part of that environment and as part of their legal counsel, we strongly advised and they implemented a very strict alcohol awareness program. All employees, all servers were required to complete that prior to hire. They also had a zero tolerance policy that any underage serving or any violation of the alcohol control laws would amount in immediate termination that was communicated to all employees at the onset of employment. and there was no excuses or mitigation for that. So they had that as a background in their experience in terms of operating as liquor licensees. The current proposal it regards transforming the existing location at 2009 Baltimore Boulevard into a more fine dining Italian restaurant with a bar. They have applied for all the appropriate permits to have the restaurant reconfigured. They have had all the necessary inspections. They have a written lease in place, so it's in part of the package that's been submitted. They've complied with all the prerequisites in order to make the application to have their liquor license extended to them. And therefore, we would ask that you act favorably upon their application for license. And regarding criminal and driving history, many years ago, they both had a prior traffic offense involving 21902. Those were quite a long time ago. They have been resolved. There have been no repeat offenses. They're not on parole, probation, or any other issues concerning that. I would put that to somewhat the folly of youth. I mean, I'm not condoning it. They both went through the requisite alcohol awareness educational programs as part of probation and completed that successfully. So I would submit that they are appropriate candidates to hold liquor license in this county. So I would offer that. I'm kind of winging this, to be honest with you, because I haven't done this before. We do have some character witnesses that you need to, I'm not sure what procedure you'd like to follow here. Would you need to hear from them individually?
Yes, sir.
All right. So would you identify yourself and explain why you want a liquor license and what your vision is for the business?
My name is William Laricos. We are interested in offering an elevated dining experience to the Finksburg area at the property formerly known as Bellissimo's. In all my years of the restaurant, working in the restaurant industry as either a license holder or earlier in my career, never once have we had any incidents or any violations in regards to service, and we take these steps very seriously. We hope to provide a service and a benefit to the community and enhance the community as a whole and become a pillar of a fine establishment and a place where families can enjoy their time together.
Eric Schluter, 7550 Briar Grove Lane, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060. Just to echo what my partner just said, we're looking to improve the landscape in this county. I currently have equity in 2 restaurants in Anne Arundel County. Both have full liquor licenses, and we have never in nearly 13 years of operating had a violation or had to have a hearing because of a violation.
Mr. Schluter, have you ever previously held a liquor license yourself?
Not in my name, no.
But you've been an owner of the establishment?
Correct.
All right. And William, when did you stop being a licensee in Severna Park?
2013, I sold my equity in that business and transferred my licenseship, I guess that's a word, to my partner.
We do have, again, my intention was to testify as a character witness, and I would just, I will play 2 roles here. I'll play lawyer, not character witness, but we do have a few character witnesses as well. Could call them.
Yeah, in the essence of time, as we review the application here, call your character witnesses.
Thank you very much.
They can just come up here at this microphone or stand up at that one back there and pull it close to you.
All right.
I don't know about this gentleman, whether we're going to let him testify.
By the way, I want to say my name is Francesco Di Fara. 700 Lapo Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21158. I just want to say, I missed you guys. I haven't seen you for about 2-3 years. That's a record. But anyway, I'm glad to see you again, and I am privileged to introduce my new owners. They will eventually intend to buy the property. For the time being, they're leasing it for the next 5 years. And after 5 years, they're going to decide if they wanted to buy it or keep on leasing it. But from my experience this far, they kept their word in everything they say and everything they've done. So they'll keep on fulfilling what other things they need to have done in order to be able to open the way they want. Because right now they're in the process of renovating. So,
So it's okay with you to sell it to them?
yes, that's okay.
Get the house too?
Not the house.
Not the house?
The house belongs to my wife. She's the boss. As you all know who the boss is. This is America, by the way.
Who is on the license at the present time?
It's Francesco, Frank, and Robert DiFara.
Pardon? Do we have a letter in the file? That they approve of the transfer?
From all the licensees, is that what you're asking?
It's not a transfer. It's not a transfer license, it's a new license.
Oh, that's right, because he closed. Any other character witnesses?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
My name is John Teese,
That works.
No, that's fine. Just
832 Main Avenue, Linthicum, Maryland.
where?
Linthicum, Maryland.
Could you spell your last name?
Teese, T-H-I-E-S-S.
How long have you known these gentlemen?
I've known Mr. Ricketts for 10 years. I've known Mr. Sluda for 25 years. I've been his employee for 11 years. At Primo Pasta Kitchen in Anne Arundel County, Pasadena, Maryland, that is.
Do you think they're fit and proper owners to have a alcoholic beverage license?
Yes, sir, absolutely. When we started Primo Pasta Kitchen in 2013, when they started, ownership was very adamant about creating a family atmosphere where everyone felt comfortable. Underage drinking was not to be tolerated. Excessive drinking was not to be tolerated. Rowdiness, they liked everybody to feel welcome. It's a place where on a Friday night you could bring your family and feel comfortable sitting in our lounge.
Any questions, this gentleman?
No.
Thank you, sir. Next. Morning.
Ruslan Dukan. Address is 8528 Timberland Circle, Ellicott City, Maryland, Howard County, 21043. I was the business
Could you spell your last name?
D-U-K-A-N.
D-U-K-A-N.
Yes, sir. I was the business broker hired by Mr. Dafida to sell the property there at Bellissimo's, 2900 Baltimore Boulevard. Throughout the process, I interviewed several different buyers who came forth with interest, and Mr. Eric and Mr. Bill were the buyers that Mr. Frank ended up going with under my discretion due to the fact that they passed all of the requirements. They were thorough, responsive, professional throughout the entire process. I have nothing but a pleasant experience with them, dealing with them. They provided all the necessary paperwork, and we're on time, and we're proficient. Any questions that you guys might have for me towards, regarding them, I'm happy to answer. But my experience with both gentlemen has been nothing but fantastic.
Do you feel that each of them are proper and fit persons to hold a alcoholic beverage license?
Yes, sir, I do.
Any questions, commissioners?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Frank Tafada, 2122 Misty Meadow Road, Finksburg, Maryland, 21048. I met them with my dad as far as they bought the place from us, and they've done everything they said they were going to do. And we're working with them currently, and as far as I'm concerned, we have a good relationship, we help each other, and I don't have anything bad to say.
Do you think they're proper and fit persons to hold an alcoholic beverage license?
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, any questions?
No.
Did you say Misty Meadow Court?
Misty Meadow Road.
Misty Meadow Road. Dad, you want to testify on their behalf?
Well, I'll testify as the attorney, not the dad. I have served as my son's legal advisor for the last 17 years in his various business ventures, including his restaurant. And my standard advice on all issues has always been twofold. First, understand completely all of the laws and regulations that affect your business. And number two, strictly adhere to all of those laws and those requirements. And I'm happy to say he has heeded that advice, and I expect, and I have spoken with he and Eric, that as they continue forward, they're going to continue to heed that advice, and they're going to continue to follow the example they've had in their previous establishments by making sure that they stay fully in compliance with all requirements of the alcohol control laws and the rules and regulations of the Board of Liquor License, or Commissioners for Carroll County. Thank you.
So you think both of them are fit and proper to hold a liquor license?
Yes, sir, I do.
Good. Gentlemen, do you have a in-house training program for employees?
We have plans to implement that when we start hiring. We're just not at that point yet.
Do you
But
have costs?
everybody, all of the front of house employees will be tips trained, and they will all have to sign a employee handbook that spells out the alcohol service process.
Will you accept vertical license?
Absolutely not.
Are either one of you alcohol management trained?
Yes, I am.
So, Eric, you are currently on a liquor license for Twain's Tavern? Is that what I saw on the file?
I'm
Is
n-
that-
So I'm not on the license there, and in fact, it's been nearly 2 years since we acquired that property, and our attorney is still trying to parse through the language with the liquor board in Anne Arundel County for the transfer. It hasn't occurred yet. So the liquor board is, the liquor license for Twain's is still held in the previous owner's name.
Okay, because on the application, it says that.
I just,
that you kind of are, but kind of aren't.
correct. I want it to be transparent.
Who is on the current license at Twain's Tavern?
Tony Tusco and Todd, I think it's Tony and his wife Laura. Tony had a partner named Todd, but I'm not sure if Todd Harper was on the license or not.
Is the idea that you will get on the liquor license
No.
in the future? Okay.
No, I believe it's going, so I don't have any operational responsibility at Twain's, but to my knowledge, the license will be transferred to one of the adult children of the other partners.
Okay. Can you tell us the status of the health department certifications and inspections?
So we're currently waiting for a building permit from the county. The health department has received the architectural drawing and the plans from the structural engineer for what we'd like to do in the building. We haven't had any contact with them outside of that.
Actually, they did review the plans, the drawing, and they signed off on our floor plan 2 weeks ago.
So the floor plan in the application is the prospective floor plan, not the current floor plan?
Correct. The new floor plan, we provided 2 copies of drawings, the as is and the proposal, and it got through the health department. I corresponded with them, Lisa, multiple times, and they have signed off. And we also, earlier this week, received comments and approval from the fire department for the renovations. So we're just awaiting the final approval from the main permitting office.
So you have heard from the health department?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Are you making major changes to the kitchen?
No.
Are you familiar with the restaurant when it was Rudy's?
Yes.
Is that what you're aspiring to another upscale restaurant in Finksburg, like Rudy's?
So, upscale in the sense that the food and beverage offerings will be elevated, not in the sense that you feel the need to dress up to come in there. Yeah, well, it's going to be an upscale dining experience with a casual atmosphere.
Okay,
Exactly.
okay, so it's like a cross between what it is now and what it was a long time ago. it
Yes.
Sounds like.
We're aiming to do a large portion of our sales in food, not alcohol.
And the menus that you provided, how did you come up with these menus? Do you have a chef that you're going to use?
So the menu that was provided is very similar to Primo, which I own in Pasadena.
Okay.
And that's kind of the same feel that we're going for.
Okay. And the corporation, you're 50/50 owners?
Correct.
So your lease, under the payment part of your lease, had verbiage in it that said that part of the payment was for the, quote, transfer of the liquor license. You do realize that's not a given in the scenarios in Carroll County. You have to be approved for that license. So your payment for the restaurant does not include actually getting a license too.
Correct.
Correct.
Which one of you gentlemen will be on premise the most?
Both plan to be there 6 to 7, 5, 6, 7 days a week each.
Okay, so this is going to be your primary focus?
Yes.
For sure.
Okay. Do you have a prospective date of opening?
A specific date, no. We're currently aiming for September.
And you say you're doing some renovations, and how far along are you on that?
We did the demolition to allow the structural engineer to see what elements were behind the walls that he needed to incorporate in the drawing. And then we did a little bit of cosmetic framing, but other than that, we've been in a holding pattern waiting for the permit.
Gotcha, okay.
What happened to the pool tables?
They are removed. We are looking to sell food, not have people shoot pool.
Both floors?
We have 2 remaining on the lower level that we don't plan to open the lower level for a few months. We want to make sure that it's fully rebranded. But when we took over, there were 8, and now there are 2.
How will you rebrand the lower level?
Our plans for the lower level are to remodel there too. It's not nearly as involved. It's almost all cosmetic and equipment. But it will be an upscale local bar that serves food out of the same kitchen, just with a not as an upscale environment, more of a casual.
Clubby feel?
Yes. Yes, but without pool leagues and without,
place to watch sport.
five-piece bands. It's a place to watch the game and have a drink or
Right.
grab a nightcap after a dinner or something
The
like
They
that.
don't disturb the people who are eating upstairs.
No, and that's why our focus right now is upstairs, is we want to make sure that everything's running smoothly on that floor before we try to open another floor.
Will you still have a bar on that floor?
We will.
Yes. The idea behind keeping the 2 pool tables is for a couple to shoot a game of pool on a date night, not to have competitive pool leagues or anything of that sort.
And you two are the only officers.
Correct.
And it was your testimony that you will have all front-of-house TAM, alcohol management trained?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your guess as to your seating capacity? How many seats are you planning? Upstairs?
Just upstairs. I believe the floor plan landed around 140 in total, including seats at the bar.
What are you planning your hours of operation to be?
So we would open at 11 o'clock every day. The kitchen would close at 9 o'clock Sunday through Thursday and 10 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. I believe the license that we are applying for extends to 2 a.m., but we have no interest in staying open that late.
We both have young children, so that's not the lifestyle we necessarily want.
So to say that we close at 10 o'clock because the kitchen is closed is not, as you know, feasible, but it would be if the kitchen closes at 10, we're wrapped up by 11.
Can I take this lull to swear in Mr. Benford, because he was...
Yes, before he testified. Please stand, raise your right hand, be sworn in by Ms. Vance if you want to talk. Sit down and be quiet then.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm this time.
So you'll close an hour after the kitchen closes? Is that essentially what?
I say that as a generality. As people finish their dinner, their last drink, or whatever, I would imagine the basement would be open a little later than the actual restaurant, but again, not a 2 a.m. bar.
You call last call, and you give them a little opportunity to finish what's in front of them. Essentially, it's kind of rude to take their drink away from them that they've already
Oh,
purchased.
absolutely. I was just
Sure.
wondering what your vision of the restaurant would be once the kitchen's closed. Say, the kitchen closes at 10 on Friday, and someone shows up at 10:30 in the restaurant part, but only wants drinks. So,
In that circumstance, we would let them know that the kitchen's closing and the restaurant's closing shortly after. We would welcome them to have a drink and immediately cash them out. And, when they're done, they're done.
So both of you have extensive experience in the restaurant business?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
And September, is that when you anticipate opening? What?
Yes.
Ain't gonna happen. No. Not with our permits, ain't gonna happen. Good luck.
We're a little more optimistic than Keith, maybe.
I started building my restaurant for permits in January. I opened the last week of October. So maybe,
So we're estimating about 8 weeks after the installation of the structural beam that we're currently waiting to be permitted. And that's, of course, without any other hiccups from contractors, health department.
so we don't have a current floor plan. Is that what I heard in the testimony?
No.
No, we don't have a current one. This one
They have a
is
proposed floor plan, yes.
proposed.
You have a proposed floor plan, I believe. The architect has since drawn an accurate floor plan that was submitted to the permit office and to the health department. We did not bring it with us today.
The restaurant is going to be called
Fiamata.
I'll butcher that for a while.
Questions, gentlemen, lady?
I have no further.
Inspector Benford, do you have any comments?
The first time I met the licensees, when I posted a sign for the business, they were covered in dust from standing, so I think they're going to be very hands-on owners. And we also talked about doing a training to get them all certified. So I think they'll be fit and proper to hold a liquor license.
Now, I have a question for you.
Okay?
You stated you posted the notice.
Yes.
Where?
On the front window, between the front bay windows. I'm not sure which window, but one along the,
You don't post a physical sign on the premises?
yeah, that's what I'm saying, the no sign.
Other,
The white 2x3?
yeah. But you don't put it on the edge of the property where people can see it when they drive by?
And I usually put in a window, I put in a window of the business. Because if I post it on 140, it'll probably blow away within a day.
And we would get complaints that they can't read it from
Yeah.
the car.
And SHA might take it down.
Well, planning and zoning still plants the same things.
Because a lot of times planners
They
don't
do those
have
in
a building.
yellow with black writing.
Yeah, I try putting it inside the restaurant so that it doesn't blow away.
I go by there every day, so how can I see it unless I pull in the parking lot?
They're designed to be read from a parked perspective.
You don't have to take up for him.
I'm not taking up for it.
Can they nail it on a,
Frank, I'm only agitating him,
Just-
don't
yeah,
pay
you-
attention to me.
I'm just trying to help them.
Don't help, he needs no help, don't help him out.
I sat in front of you so I can't hear you.
Are there any other questions of the applicants?
No.
Hearing none, testimony and evidence is now closed, and we will go into a summation. Sir, if you'd like to make any closing remarks?
I would just say, I think they fulfilled all of the prerequisites to this point. I think they'll continue to comply with all necessary requirements. There's a big financial commitment as well as a personal time commitment to bring this vision to fruition. I think they'll bring a good establishment to this county.
Thank you. Inspector Benford, do you have any closing
Nothing
comments?
else to add.
Hearing none, testimony and evidence is presented, is now closed, and we will discuss the merits of the application.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I completely agree with the comments of Father and the attorney. By the way, you did a very good job off the cuff.
Thank you.
It's a very good presentation all the way around, the applicants and counsel, and I think the character witnesses were also convincing. Clearly experienced. I think you're clearly fit and proper people to hold a liquor license in Carroll County. It's comforting that you testified you both will spend a lot of time on premises, which is, from our perspective, a very good thing. You know, have that kind of supervision, especially from two people such as yourself. If I didn't say it, I would say it, I believe you're fit and proper. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner?
I agree with everything my colleague has said. It's apparent that you guys are well-versed in the restaurant business, building it, starting it, running it. That being said, I would be prepared to make a motion.
You don't want me to say anything, I guess.
Would you like to say something, sir?
Don't whisper it.
Go ahead.
No, I got to go ahead. So, and for the application of case number 6513, an application for a new class beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to William Laricos and Eric Schluter for the use of SPG Incorporated trading as Via Mata. I move that the application be approved, pending all the necessary approvals from all other agencies, pending a letter in the file from the other two licensees approving the transfer, and pending an updated floor plan to be...
It's not a transfer, it's brand new.
It's a new license. That's my fault.
Thank you,
because I
that's
said
because you
it.
put it in my head. So scratch that one, but also pending a review of the board of the updated floor plan.
Do we not have the updated floor plan in the file?
The current.
No,
He said we do not. He said that the...
No, I thought that floor plan, I thought the testimony was the floor plan in the file was what you thought it would be.
Yes, correct,
So that is an updated floor plan. That's what you're trying to achieve is what's in the file.
correct.
Okay, I thought you said it went to the architecture.
Well, the architect made a drawing for us to submit for the permit in the health department. We didn't submit that drawing
So
to
you
you.
have a new drawing and that's it.
They're very, very similar.
But that's not it.
I think pretty much that, what changed? I don't think anything changed. I believe the handicap bathroom is larger, will be larger than is on that floor
So
plan.
do we need updated when something
Does the
changes?
floor plan have where the tables and chairs and bar seating?
Yes,
And that's good.
yes.
Yes, that's.
Okay.
Yes. That'd be fine.
I'll say that we approve it based on all the necessary approvals from other agencies.
Very good.
Would you like to state that motion?
I certainly would. In the case 6513, application for Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to William Laricos and Eric Schluter for the use of SPG Incorporated trading as Via Mata. I move that we approve that license pending the approval of all necessary approvals from other agencies.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second it.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that we approve an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to William Laricos and Eric Schluter for the use of SPG Inc., trading as Via Mata, 2900 Baltimore Boulevard, Finksburg, Maryland. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, gentlemen. By my estimation, you're the fifth owner of the property. Good luck.
Thank you. We'd like to thank the
Thank you
board.
all.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all very much, and
Good luck.
Mr. Attorney, thank you very much for a pinch hit. You've done a wonderful job.
Had I known, I would have been a little more prepared, but thank you for your consideration.
Thank you all. Pop, you stay out of mischief now.
I'm getting great. I'm right now.
Yeah, well, you look, see what happens.
Okay, I want to thank you for all your past service. Thank you.
Good luck.
And hopefully, I don't have to see you here again. Thank you.
Take care.
Anything else before we adjourn for lunch? Thank you. He said he had a questions. Okay. We'll reconvene at 1:45. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in session, the Board of License Commissioners of Carroll County, and our case number 6514 is next on the agenda, and I would yield to our attorney, Mr. Dixon, to please call the case.
All right, case 6514.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Bruce Kurlander. I'm here with Harpreet Kaur, who is an applicant for the transfer of a Class A liquor license for 6400 Ridge Road, RSVP LLC, trading as Sonny's Fine Wine and Liquors LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Kurlander. Proceed, Mr. Dixon.
Okay, case 6514, an application for the
Be seated.
an application for the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license from Sonny's Fine Wines and Liquor, Inc. to be issued to Harpreet Kaur and Vadihi Amen for the use of...
I would like to modify the application based upon what I was just told. Because Ms. Amin is not a U.S. citizen, we would ask that Harpreet Kaur be the sole applicant, and that we would revise the application.
Okay, issued to Harpreet Kaur for the use of RSVP LLC, trading as Sonny's Fine Wines and Spirits, 6400 Ridge Road, Eldersburg, Maryland, 21784 in Election District 5. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. There is a, well, this is a letter from the landlord's attorney. Then there is a response from Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies, response from Tom Harris, permits and inspections. In the box says check, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Thomas Harris, Deputy Building Official, June 24th, 2024. There's a hearing notice posted June 28th, 2024. There's another letter from the landlord's attorney in the file. Hearing notice was posted June 21st, 2024. There is a response to Joe Vance's request of various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley, Health Department. And the box is checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to Belinda Gassell Collections Office, and the box is checked, the above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signature Belinda Gassell, Collection Supervisor, signed June 10th, 2024. And then there is, there's a June 10th, 2024 letter from Joe Vance to Harpreet Kaur. Then there is an application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, MVA record, operating agreement, lease agreement, purchase agreement, articles of incorporation, stock information, corporate minutes, floor plan, plot plan, SDAT certificate, other licensed establishments, and permanent resident. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Everybody stand up. Let's everybody stand up, that way you're just covered.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You all may be seated. This time, sir, you may proceed to present your
Okay,
case.
Is it appropriate to stand while I'm asking?
No, sir, you may be seated.
Okay. I'm going to ask Ms. Kaur, Harpreet Kaur, to testify. Ms. Kaur?
Sir?
Yes.
Before each of your people testify, state their full name, spell your last name, and give your address, please.
Yes. Ms. Kaur, could you provide your full name, spell it, and provide your address?
Okay, it's Harpreet Kaur. It's Harpreet, no middle name, Kaur. I reside at 7514 Canton Way, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060.
Thank you.
And Ms. Kaur, how long have you lived in Maryland?
A little over 2 years now.
And what is your position with RSVP LLC?
I will be the managing partner for this RSVP LLC.
Okay. And what percentage of the membership interest in RSVP LLC do you own?
50%.
Okay. And who owns the other 50%?
It's going to be Vedahi Amin.
Okay. And but she's not going to be on the license now.
Yes, she won't be.
Okay. And you are a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And RSVP LLC is purchasing Sonny's Fine Wines and Liquors at 6400 Ridge Road?
Yes.
And, okay. And what will be your role with Sonny's Fine Wines and Liquors?
I will be mostly managing and also working part-time as my other full-time job allows.
Okay. About how many hours a week?
About 20 to 25 hours.
Are you alcohol awareness certified?
Yes, I am.
And what will be the hours of operation of Sonny's?
It's going to be Monday through Saturday, 10 to 9, and then Sunday from 10 to 8, so we'll be keeping the same hours.
Okay. Who will be managing the liquor store when you're not there?
We will have a manager on site who is also certified, and his name is Ranjit Singh.
Okay. And you said he's alcohol awareness certified.
Yes.
How many employees do you expect to have total?
About 3 to 4.
Okay. And are you going to ensure that all employees selling alcohol will obtain alcohol awareness certificates if they don't have them already?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever been on a licensee on an alcoholic beverage license?
You mean, have I ever practiced, or?
Have you ever been on an actual alcoholic
No.
beverage license? Okay. Have you ever worked at a business that sold alcohol?
Yes.
And where was that?
This was in New York.
Okay. About when?
Probably 7+ years from now.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I used to manage my parents' gas stations that were in New York.
And those gas stations sold alcohol?
Yes.
And were there ever any violations when
No.
you were working there? No? And have you read the rules and regulations for the Carroll County Board of License Commissioners?
Yes.
And how old does someone have to be to purchase alcohol in Maryland?
21.
And how old must they be to sell alcohol to a customer in Maryland?
Also 21.
Okay. And if someone trying to purchase alcohol, if you're not certain that they're over 21, how many forms of identification must they provide you?
2.
Okay. What would one of those forms of identification have to be?
Either a driver's license or a state ID.
Okay. And when you look at the driver's license, what types of things do you look for?
We're just verifying that the person's image matches the person, the date of birth, and then in addition to that, you just want to make sure that it's not a vertical ID because those are not accepted.
Okay. And are you required to maintain records of each employee and the employee's address, telephone number, and date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness. If the board has any questions, we can proceed with those.
Commissioners, do you have any questions at this time of the applicant?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Ma'am, are you aware of the diversion program that Carroll County has with the State's Attorney's Office for employees who sell to an underage person?
I'm not 100%.
Okay. So basically, a couple of years ago, we decided to join with the State's Attorney's Office to create a program where the State's Attorney would receive notice from someone who sold alcoholic beverage to an underage person at one of our licensed establishments, which is against the law, and it's a crime.
Yes.
A lot of people weren't aware of that. So we have this program where we ask our licensees to make sure that their workers, their employees, are aware that if they sell to an underage person, they could be charged with a crime. And in Carroll County, they may very well be charged with a crime, but they can get around that by going through a diversion program through the State's Attorney's Office.
Okay.
And so we'd like our licensees to tell their employees, this could happen, and if you do sell to an underage person, you could be charged with a crime, but then there's a State's Attorney's Office will offer a different program where you attend some education. And in Carroll County, we have something called Catherine's Calls, which discusses drunk driving and the tragedies that occur. So as a new licensed applicant, this would be a good thing for you to know.
Okay.
Because if there is a failure, should you get the license, failure under your store, then this will come into play.
Okay.
And it's good to tell your employees, watch out for this.
Okay.
Along with, don't sell to anybody underage.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Barnhart, where would more information about the you have a divergence program?
Yes, it's called a diversion program. The State's Attorney's Office manages it. So when we have a violation of an underage sale, we report that to the State's Attorney's Office. And they deal with the criminal aspect, which would be the diversion program. We deal with the licensee. We don't deal with the person who made the sale unless they're a licensee. So the licensee will be contacted by the State's Attorney's Office and offered a chance to attend a Catherine's Calls meeting, and that will satisfy the requirements, and then there will be no criminal charges against the person the employee who sold. But I think that Inspector just handed
The welcome packet,
the
which
welcome
has
packet.
all
Yeah, the
all
welcome
the
packet
information.
is
in
good.
it.
It has a lot of information about that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What will your policy be on vertical IDs?
We would not be accepting those.
And how about having your employees alcohol management trained? You have a few.
So we already have some, so the manager on site, he is. The other employees, we will make sure that they are as well.
We have a specific policy as to who you card and who you don't card, or we card everybody?
We card everyone.
Card everyone?
Mhm.
What type of, some establishments have in their, I guess, cash registers or whatever you want to call it, system whereby cards are run through them and they will ascertain whether they're eligible or not. Do you have that system?
We do not currently.
You do not? And I may have missed it. Have you ever been on a license, alcoholic beverage license before?
No.
And you said you have prior experience in New York with your
Yes.
parents' establishments and so on and so forth.
Yes.
No violations to your knowledge that
No.
occurred? Either of you have any questions of this witness at this time?
I do not.
With that being said, in case we have some more after we review the file, do you have other witnesses or
We have character
character
witnesses.
witnesses?
Yes. How about, Amin?
Yes.
You all can come up here and be seated. No, that's fine. You can be seated at that desk, or those of you in the farther back there, you could use that microphone standing up behind there. It's your choice.
Okay. Mr. Amin, could you state your full name, spell it, and your, where you live?
Yes, full name is Om Amin, first name Om, O-M, last name Amin, A-M-I-N, and I reside at 3139 Knapp Road, Vestal, New York, 13850.
And how long have you known Harpreet Kaur?
I have known Harpreet for about 14 years now.
Okay. And so are you, as far as her character is concerned, how would you describe her character?
Very, very outgoing, very cautious, very in tune with her surroundings. But in general, I would say in this sort of a business, I think she's well fit. You know, she's very, very down to earth, very, she'll always make sure that she's doing the right thing and make sure nobody that's underage or anything gets access to alcohol.
So it's your testimony that you believe that she would follow the rules of the Board of License Commissioners, the Liquor Board rules?
Yes, she's very meticulous with all that.
Okay, and she's capable of doing that?
Yes.
Is it your belief that she'd be capable of operating a liquor store?
Yes.
Any questions from,
I have no questions.
okay. Our second character witness would be, Ranjit?
Kojit.
Kojit?
Yes, that's my husband.
Kojit. Okay.
Hi, my name is Kuljit Singh, K-U-L-J-I-T, and last name is Singh, S-I-N-G-H. I reside at 7514 Canton Way, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060.
And you are married to Harpreet Kaur? Is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct, yes.
How long have you known her?
I've known her for about 20 years now.
And in terms of her, how would you describe her character?
She's, how to describe that? She's a great woman.
Under oath.
That's why I married her. But she's very intelligent, and she's been, taking care of the household, and she has helped with her family business as well. So I think she's very intelligent and capable of doing this.
She would be capable of following the rules of the Board of License Commissioners of Carroll County?
Yes.
And you believe that she would be capable of operating the liquor store in a professional manner?
Definitely, yes.
If anybody has any questions of this witness, I have no further questions.
Do you feel she's a proper and fitting person to be
My wife,
own an alcohol store? You
Yes.
already answered it, I'm just,
yeah. Could you repeat the question again, sorry?
I'm trying to get you in trouble a little bit.
No, I heard the wife part, I said, so she couldn't see it, so we're good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have a question. Will you be in any way involved with the business?
No.
What do you do for a living?
I own a liquor store in Annapolis, Maryland.
Has the applicant worked at your liquor store before?
No.
That's all I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would ask Shivam Amin.
Good afternoon. My first name is Shivam, S-H-I-V-A-M, and last name is Amin, A-M-I-N, and I reside at 957 Sperry Way, Sykesville, 2784. And I've known Harpreet Kaur for a little less than Kuljit, about 19 years, as we all grew up in upstate New York together, and I've known her since middle school, and I've, you know, pretty much seen her when she was working for her parents at the gas stations and kind of managing it. So I've seen her in action when she would work at the store, and she's, one thing I could say is she is very responsible with any sort of alcohol sales or tobacco sales or anything related, or lottery, even lottery they used to sell there. So to my knowledge, I don't think they ever had any violation, as she mentioned, and I think she would be a good fit for this kind of a business.
I have no questions.
So you're saying you think she would be a fit and proper person to hold an alcohol license in Carroll County?
I think so. She's very responsible. She's, you know, and she has some previous experience in responsible sales of alcohol and tobacco-related products.
Where in upstate New York did you grow up?
In Binghamton, New York. It's about an hour from Syracuse.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Does anybody else want to testify? Well,
Do we have three? We have three.
yeah. So, again, we are requesting the transfer of the Class A license at 6400 Ridge Road in Eldersburg, Maryland, to Harpreet Kaur, Harpreet Kaur.
Counsel, I have another question. Besides working at your family gas station in upstate New York, do you have any other experiences you want to tell the board about managing a business, or any other experience in life that you think that would help us?
Yes, definitely. I'm actually a pharmacist. That's my full-time career. So I am licensed in both New York and Maryland. So we obviously deal with narcotics and other, you know, medications of that nature. So I think I'm very familiar with diversion and following the rules. So I've been doing this for I graduated in 2015, so you guys could, about 9 years. So I definitely have a lot of experience when it comes to, you know, making sure that obviously for me, from the pharmacy perspective, medication is appropriate and safe for my patients, and especially dispensing of them. I've worked both in community pharmacy and hospital pharmacy. So in regards to the community pharmacy, this was also not mentioned, but in New York, we actually do, at Walgreens and other chains, they do have the sale of beer and liquor. So I did have some experience from that regards there as well. But we obviously, I have a lot more experience when it comes to making sure, you know, the prescriptions are appropriate for the patients, and we're appropriately dispensing narcotics and such for our patients as well. So a little bit of a different experience, but I think it kind of is on the same level.
You're right. You deal with a lot of compliance issues.
Yes.
A lot. So how long, or where do you work in a pharmacy?
Currently, I'm at St. Joe's Medical Center. I'm in the inpatient pharmacy.
Okay. And you would be at this store part-time because your
Yes.
pharmacy is full-time?
Yes.
And I think you testified that your intention is all your employees will be certified in alcohol management techniques?
Yes. So currently, the manager that I had mentioned, he already is. Depending on how many employees we keep, we'll just make sure that they are as well.
Yeah. And the manager you mentioned, is he currently the manager at the store, or is this someone
It's
else
going
you're
to be
bring in?
someone new. No, we're going to be bringing him in.
And the LLC is a 50/50 membership,
Yes.
but you're the managing member?
Yes.
Okay. Keeping the name?
Yes.
Keeping the name Sonny's?
I think so.
Okay. I'm not saying you
We
should.
have no
I'm-
plans
I'm
to
just-
change.
There was a question about the lease, and I'd heard that the signed lease was going to be brought today.
You have? Okay.
We need the signed lease, and we also need,
I have,
I believe it's page 10 of the application signed by the landlord.
yeah, if you can approach.
I think it's page 10 of the application. Landlord also needed signed. You submitted it, but it wasn't signed by the landlord.
And also, they sent this,
She did, but I still need that one page of the application signed by the landlord.
Mr. Kurlander, do you have a copy of the application in front of you?
I don't have, I have on my cell phone a copy of the executed application. I can look for that,
So
but
so
I
we're
could
talking about page 10?
email it.
It's 9 or 10, somewhere in that range.
I did not actually, I should have printed it out before I came, but
Okay, and did he just hand you the signed lease?
Yes.
So we can photograph, I mean, we just have to photocopy that, right, and put it,
No, it'll become part of the file.
so that's
That's our.
a wet signature.
This is a,
So this is all 5 signatures or whatever's on there, is on the lease you got?
This is not-
this is a
Or
photo.
she's got the signed
photocopy of
lease?
the lease, yes.
Okay.
Yes, the signers,
Let me see. what's-
and, certainly.
Dave, can I come and show you which page?
Page 10 of the, I'm not looking at the application, I'm looking at this lease first. Yeah, you can, but I'm just saying,
The
you don't have to.
application?
Page 10, I'll get it.
Yeah, the landlord has to sign on the application itself.
Right, so,
Yeah.
I can find this.
At the very back, sorry.
here's the, I can print, I can,
That's not page 10.
It's 9 or 10.
landlord's sign, this is page 10, and this is landlord's signature.
Okay.
I can email it to someone. I
No, it's a
apologize, I didn't bring it.
Yeah, here's the witness. Here's the name of the
Says
corporation.
RDMR, by. Shouldn't that be a signature?
What are you looking for?
On the application, on that.
Oh, the landlord did not sign the application?
Something, it may be a signature
Yeah, it
because
is
it's under
page
seal.
10.
He could just, this guy, his
Landlord,
signature
this
could
needs
just
to be filled out
consist of his initials.
um,
That might be a signature.
and
Oh.
signed by the landlord.
When he
Okay, so the
anything
applicant,
under seal, that's
okay.
supposed to be.
So you have the
Does he
lease
also have to
and
be
also the
notarized
application.
by them,
Yes,
or-
so 2 places.
Because it just needs to be witnessed.
No, it's his initials.
Okay, because I see a CO.
Okay,
Just this part.
so,
Okay,
I've got this part.
okay,
I mean, we can
so
verify.
we could do that.
so we need to get the can we,
Yes, I
can
don't know.
we submit that post?
You might be right.
Hearing.
Maybe, somebody else did that. I mean, this will
I
take-
think we have to modify it anyways, right?
Yeah, well,
Then-
may we submit the
The landlord.
application signed by the landlord post-hearing?
I thought you said Kelly said that they would have a
Kelly was
signed lease.
talking about the lease,
Yeah, the
but
application is
Kelly
missing something.
also knew that the landlord had not signed page 10. So Kelly emailed me this morning and told me the lease problem had been worked out and that they would be bringing an executed copy of the lease.
Okay.
And so now all I need is the landlord to sign page 10. And if it's it's okay with you guys, you could condition your approval on me receiving that.
Has anybody here been in personal contact with the landlord?
I've been in contact with the landlord's attorney.
Okay. So the lease we have, how did you obtain this copy?
Of the lease?
Yeah, where'd this come from?
The landlord had it, I'm sorry, the landlord's attorney had it executed, and he emailed it to us.
Okay,
She emailed it to us.
okay. And in that email, an attorney, remember, indicated that this is the landlord's signature.
Yes.
Okay.
I can provide the email to you. I didn't know there was an issue on the application. Unfortunately, I didn't fill in the application. So wasn't aware of that.
So, we have Kelly saying that that's a signature.
I don't think Kelly's talking about that signature, but anyway, it's all right. If you're satisfied, I'm satisfied.
Okay. So Kelly Schaefer Miller sent that to you to present to us. That's your understanding?
And Kelly sent me an email this morning saying,
Do you want to see the email Kelly sent?
No, I believe it. I'm just saying, there was a question about whether that's a real signature or not. But it's under seal, so my feeling is it's a signature, even if it's just some initials. But it's definitely not someone signing their name, it's some initials, it looks like to me, and to the chairman. But it's under seal, if Kelly sent it to us, and, I'm okay, I'm satisfied.
Page 10 still has to be signed and notarized.
no,
Not notarized?
witnessed.
And just witnessed, okay.
Any other questions at this time?
I don't have any.
Is there any other evidence to be presented or testimony?
No.
That being said, evidence and testimony is complete, and we will now move into any closing remarks that you would like to make, sir.
My only remarks are that I believe that Ms. Kaur and her character witnesses have demonstrated that she is quite capable of acting as the owner of a liquor store, and that she will do what she needs to do to make sure that there are no violations, and that she would be a capable owner, and that therefore we request that the license be transferred to her.
Do we need the current licensee to go on record as approving?
Yes.
They are here. The current licensee is here.
Current licensee is...
Say that
Say.
in an agreement. Or is it in the file? I didn't.
I don't think there was a letter in the file.
Go ahead, we'll take care of that in a second.
Okay.
Okay, that's,
Through?
yeah.
Inspector Benford, do you have any
Just,
comments?
I was going to make a suggestion, the board hears from the current earners.
Okay, we'll deviate from the usual procedure and make an exception. Would the current licensee please come to the microphone? Just for the record, we have it, but state your name and address for practice.
Sunil, S-U-N-I-L, last name Vasavada, V-A-S-A-V-A-D-A, 5803 Waltham Drive, Sexville, Maryland, 21784.
Mita Badshaw, M-I-T-A-B-A-D-S-H-A-H, 5803 Waltham Drive, Sexville, Maryland, 21784.
Do you agree to this transfer of this license? Yes. Thank you. If there's no other closing comments or any other items of business that need to be taken care of before we deliberate on the validity of this application, speak now or forever hold your peace. Hearing none, all testimony and evidence is now closed, and we will, as a licensed commissioners, debate and discuss the merits of the application. Ladies and gentlemen, comments, questions?
So based on your references, based on your profession, and knowing that you have to follow rules and regulations and abide by them, based on the fact that you have done alcohol sales in the past, and again, you presented a very good case. Sometimes when I ask somebody, do you accept vertical licenses, they don't have any idea what I'm asking. So that in itself impressed me, that you knew what I meant. So based on all of those things, I feel that you have done what you need to do to prove to us that you are ready to run this business and run it wisely and do all the right things and follow all the right rules set forth by this board. Having said that, I will defer to my colleague, Commissioner Barnhart.
Well, I agree with everything that Commissioner Mulvaney is saying, especially the aspect of your profession, aside from owning a liquor store. As a pharmacist, as we discussed a little bit earlier, you are well aware of compliance issues, and you also have a high sensitivity to the proper use of materials and product, things of that nature. So I think I'm convinced that you're well qualified just for that reason. But in addition, your character witnesses are also very convincing. Your counsel made a good presentation on your behalf, and I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, at this time, if that's appropriate.
I think it would be.
All right, Mr. Chairman, in the case of 6514, I move that the amended application as amended by council regarding the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license from Sonny's Fine Wines to Harpreet Kaur, is that right?
Yes.
That it be approved by this commission. And I don't think there's any contingencies other than we might need the application to be signed by the landlord. Is that where? So that would be the only contingency for this approval.
Thank you.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second the motion.
Motion been properly made and seconded that this Board of License Commissions approve the transfer of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license from Sonny's Fine Wines and Liquor Incorporated to be issued to Harpreet Kaur for the use of RSVP LLC, trading as Sonny's Fine Wines and Spirits, 6400 Ridge Road, Eldersburg, Maryland. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. The ayes have it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We wish you the best.
Thank you.
Just one comment.
Yes.
There have been several violations at this store within the past 4 to 5 years.
Yes.
I would make sure, as I'm sure you will,
Yes.
based upon your testimony, to be very vigilant and check IDs.
Yes.
With that, congratulations, best wishes. If our office can be of any assistance to you at any time, please do not hesitate to contact them. And I'm sure that our inspectors will be visiting you for assistance at any time.
Thank you.
Congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break and resume at 2:30. to our regular schedule. Under other business, I assume you all received an email from Joe on information from the State Alcohol, Tobacco,
Cannabis.
Commission about how seltzers are categorized and the sales tax on them. That led to a question that I asked Ms. Vance to get writing for me about that. And what posed the question is, as you know, several months ago, we got a letter from an attorney complaining about sales tax and so on and so forth. And for clarification in writing, we have the response from the executive director, or whatever his title is, from that commission, so.
Yeah, basically, somebody complained that the customer did not have to pay 6% sales tax.
9.
Why, no, but they said 6.
Yeah, they said
The person who complained.
They said they should be paying 6, not 9.
And this guy not only breaks down what category different seltzers go into, because we had that question from the Farm Museum, but also that the customer always pays 9%. Whoever's buying, whatever they're buying from the retailer,
That's in here.
that's in there.
Did we share this with the complaining party?
I can't remember who it was.
I know who it was.
David Allen,
David Ellen.
And who's he with?
he's an attorney. He lives in.
No, that's a different complaint. His complaint was non-alcoholic beer, not seltzers.
You're correct. You're
Yeah,
correct.
so this is a different complaint from,
Different complaint, okay, I don't know who that was.
But I thought this was saying that everyone must pay 9%. Even on non-alcohol, see, non-alcoholic beer has alcohol in it, right?
no, depending on which one it is. There are some non-alcoholic beers that are 0%, or true non-alcohol. Some beers have 0.5, they have to pay 9%. Any alcohol in them, they have to pay 9%.
Right.
Okay.
That's just talking about hard seltzers.
It was my understanding that that was Ellen's complaint
Correct,
It was.
yes.
down there, okay?
That complaint,
And that's what I wanted verified.
oh, okay, this is a different complaint, I think.
This is a seltzer.
There was a customer, and I think it was at one of the clubs, American Legion, something like that.
I don't know,
He said that he shouldn't have to pay tax on a seltzer.
Did he make that complaint to you?
I forget how it got around to me. It wasn't made to me directly.
I was on vacation.
No, this is before you ever went on
Yes.
vacation.
Good
You
try.
ain't pulling that on.
Get out of that.
Matt, turn the camera on our inspector right now, please.
But anyway,
Lie detector,
this
lie detector.
explains very
The seltzers.
clearly the seltzers and the sales tax. So, and I will send you those.
So what about the beer that has 0% alcohol, which is a kind of a rare?
Yeah, there's only like 3 or 4, yes, they are considered 6%, so. 6,
They just paid a
sales
regular
tax,
sales tax.
6%, yeah.
But even if they're,
0.50, at least 0.5, it has to be paid 9%.
okay. And I thought that was his complaint, was that?
It was, and it was taken care of, and I talked to him, and he's fine, it's done. I've never heard back from the state when I asked the bookkeepers to go down, but
Okay.
I did talk to Ellen, and he is fine.
All right.
Okay. American Legion. What's the latest on American Legion?
I haven't heard anything about new officers yet. Got the 3 resignation letters.
All 3 of them resigned.
Yep, all 3 licensees, and they were officers. Now, Mr., how do you say his name?
Schlager?
Just tag?
Shestag.
Shestag?
He's still sending emails as commander of the post, but he resigned from the liquor license. They know they have to get 3 officers elected who,
Our requirement for them, the American Legion, is that 3 officers of the American Legion are on the liquor license, not just 3 members, 3 officers.
3 officers.
And we have resignations of 3 officers who are currently on the license.
Yes.
We,
So, according to our rules, 30 days after the receipt of this letter, so July 25th, they no longer have a liquor license.
If they don't give me new officers.
But how can they have, do they have to have a hearing for those new officers? They just throw them on? Okay.
They
That's what I was
elect
yeah.
different officers, they can elect different officers each year, and all they do is, it's part of the renewal packet, it's called a club certification,
Gotcha.
and the new officers sign, give their information, and it's notarized.
They don't have to appear before us.
so what you receive from the new officers is an application that their name go on a license. I mean, they're saying, I want to be on the license, right? They're,
They would send me that, certification page.
so this page is something that we provide, it's a form that, okay.
Well,
One of these guys, and I think it was one who got his in last, told me he was going to the next meeting, which was supposed to be Monday the 1st, and that he would let them know what they needed to do.
To prevent losing a license.
Yes.
Now, however you pronounce his name, specifically says the new officers of Hampstead American Legion Post Number 200 will have to have a new alcohol awareness educated member assigned to the license.
They have a ton of people who are
So they're aware.
trained.
And I talked to him yesterday, and he's aware of it also.
Is he aware that something's got to be done before the 27th?
He said, would they elected new officers of the American Legion, and they're in the process of determining who will go on a license. He knows he has 30 days.
Does everyone, well, there's 3 letters of resignation. Do each one of these licensees who are resigning, do they understand that for 30 days, I mean, it's not effective immediately, even though it kind of sounds like they think it is?
I told them all.
Okay. Well, 2 of them use the same language.
Yeah. But I verified by calling the one.
Well, at the end of 30 days, I guess you have to get their license unless they comply.
Who's the stranger among us?
What was that?
He said, who's the stranger?
There's some guy behind you.
It's Greg.
Greg.
So unless you
Trying to
get,
divide him.
unless you get 3 more people before July 25th.
Do they need 3 people?
That's required.
Required under what? By you?
Well, it's either our rules or state law, I'm not sure which.
It's Joe's Law.
So,
Yeah, it's Joe's law.
It's in that book,
Somebody has the
corporations.
paperclip.
are they a corporation?
I'm sure they are.
They're a club,
They're a club.
Club.
nonprofit club.
So I never saw anything in our rules about licenses to clubs,
It may
but,
be in the code, state code.
yeah, Class C clubs, 49.
Same thing with fire departments also. 3 members on the fire department had to do the same thing.
So it says here, there has to be a statement that the officer has never been convicted of a crime. Is that on our application or whatever they submit to us?
It's on the application, the renewal application.
Okay.
But that's already happened though, right? So now we have to get that
I can always get them to.
fill it out
fill out the
again,
back.
yeah, with the new people.
So I guess we just wait? If we don't have any new officers by the 27th? They have no liquor license?
25th?
Okay. We have a request from Manchester Fire Company to hold an outdoor event on August the 10th. Where, when, why, and what?
That's the big money draw, I do believe.
I thought that was the 17th. Is that when it is, the 10th?
No, they split up, this is new for them. They
No, I know, but I thought theirs was the same date. 3rd or whatever the 17th is.
No, August 10th. Reese's, I think, the 17th.
I got a ticket on both of them, so.
Oh, okay.
That's probably a similar situation that we
It's
just.
the same, it's bigger layout than they do for when they do the carnival. It's basically the whole carnival grounds minus the parking lot.
Is what? Is the footprint of where they want to have the license?
The whole carnival ground?
Yeah. They want to go down in front of the buildings, along the street, and then out front, in front of all the food stands.
So you can buy alcohol and wander the carnival grounds?
Yes. Not the hard paved part of the carnival grounds, the parking lot, not the parking lot, but the paved carnival grounds, because they park in the grass.
Okay.
I mean, are you familiar with Manchester?
Yeah, well,
I am, yes.
Okay, so the street that runs down in front of the carnival grounds, they're gonna be down to that street in that area.
Here's Erie.
where's Main Street?
Main Street's way back here. That's, one of these roads goes to Lineberg. I guess it's this one. Yeah, because it goes straight, that goes to Lineberg.
So this,
Main Street parallel to
yeah,
Oak
okay.
Street or whatever that is.
So this blue line, you're talking about doing it inside the blue line?
The blue line, yeah.
Blue line, right.
So it goes around the building, goes down in front of the building, and on the right-hand side of the building.
Yeah, so it goes over here. It's a lot of territory to police. How are they gonna do it?
They're gonna have, it's not that big a territory, it looks bigger than it is, not that big a territory. With wristbands, and they're going, should be a narrative with that.
Okay, well, I'll wait till I see it.
Manchester Police Department will be there. They've done, I've seen when they've done for the carnival, and they have, well,
They sell alcohol at the carnival?
yes. Beer, wine.
Is that, does Manchester Fire Company have a liquor license all year?
Yeah, all the fire, they're one of, what, 5 so far? We have 6 fire departments that have a liquor license. And they're actually getting 20 events, so they're gonna be doing more events.
George, you see if you can find their gate. They're gonna ticket at one gate.
Up near the porta pots. I saw a gate up there.
Up near the what?
Porta potties. Behind the building.
There's the port, there it is. There's the gate.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's, when it says there's a gate, that means there's a fence?
Yeah, here,
It's
just
all
read
fenced
that.
in,
It's
yes.
only one sentence.
Okay. Okay.
We're gonna check IDs at that gate
Correct.
and give wristbands for anybody over 21.
Why won't put a gate next to porta pots, but
Well, it's rather
They
convenient.
want people to move quickly. I have no
Either
objection.
coming or going.
Objection.
No objections. Request from Mount Airy Fire Company to hold an outdoor event on August the 2nd.
this is a one-day event for the carnival. In the past, Upper Deck has done this event for them, but I guess they not doing it with Upper Deck. It's gonna be a smaller area around the bandstand. So basically, from the bandstand to the corner of one of the food stands so they can get the beer, listen to the band.
This is the Fireman's Carnival?
Yes.
I thought they already had Mount Airy.
That was the 4-county one.
July the 29th. Same guy again. White shoes and all. He didn't bring his guitar though, Keith.
That's a good thing.
Does he still put them cymbals on his knees?
And the drumming is. Don't talk about Matt like that.
Or Tim's train, okay. No objection.
Any objections? No objections. No objections, okay. Anything else?
Collision course.
Collision course.
Yes, we approved them 2 years ago,
At least.
and they still have not moved into their establishment. I know at one time the board, they used to give a time period they have to get, but I'm just giving you a heads up that every time I talk to them, it's always a month or two down the road, and it hasn't come.
That's the former person at,
Artisan Wine Companies.
the what?
Artisan Wine
Artisan Wine Company,
Oh, no,
on Main Street.
across from the fire department, the old fire department.
well, I'm thinking about somebody else, I guess.
Where they have trouble with their exhaust system with the
Yeah.
neighbor?
Yes, they've had everything and anything go wrong. I do talk to them every couple months, and every time I talk to them, it's always a couple months down the road. And just more information so you know that, but I don't know, I don't think we should do anything about it, but just to have you guys, but in the past, we have.
Is there any rule or time limit or anything that?
You guys, at sometimes, you used to put time limits on, but I don't think there's, I can look in, Joe and I got to look at the file, see if there's a time limit to put on it.
You didn't put one on there.
Well, they're actually in business,
They are in business in two places, yes, but they're not selling alcohol.
but unlike the Hampstead fiasco several years ago,
They're at,
we're forever getting
they're at the
business.
old General Dynamics place out at the airport, and they also at River Downs on the weekends doing their food for them.
So they got what, BC?
No, they're getting a BR right now,
One meal a day.
not when they open up in the new location.
But they have catering now, right?
Right, but they don't sell alcohol. They don't have catering. They don't do alcohol.
Oh, is that right?
They're not doing any alcohol. They're,
Oh, that's right, because,
the River Downs has the alcohol.
yeah, they got their own
All they're
license.
doing is doing the food for River Downs, and they do breakfast and lunch at General Dynamics, which I don't even know the address. Is that,
It's 1234 Tech Court. It's where the FR Conversions is. Started out as Abe's In and Out.
if you go out to the airport, don't go towards the airport, make a right, go to Jiffy Mart, go to your second road on the left, and then on the right-hand side, past the pharmacy, past the,
Past social services on the right.
It's a side entrance you go through.
It's just a door in the side of a building. There's pretty much no signage, or there's no eating in, there's,
Well, there is a cafeteria.
for the restaurant, there's not
Yeah,
supposed to
there is
be,
a
and
cafeteria.
there's not
There is
supposed to,
seating.
for employees.
That I don't know. I know the people sit down and eat, but again, they don't have alcohol, so, but again, I was in this place and it's coming along, I can't give you a time limit when it's going to happen, because every time he tells me, it never happens the time he tells me.
And what's his name again?
Tony Gerard.
Tony something.
Gerard?
He is signed up for, him and his wife are signed up for
Sure.
alcohol awareness class
Tony and Ashley.
in July 25th. And I'll know more then, but
Well, bring us up to date next month. I guess is the best we can do.
I will do that.
these strolls and so on and so forth that's already been, or whatever you want to call them, they're all okay?
Yes, the oyster stroll is the next one, next big one coming up. Yeah, it's,
What was the results of your discussion with the city?
they were happy that we waived the rule for that weekend. So now the new rule is no outside businesses with liquor license can sell alcohol.
They can sell it to carry out when we give them permission, but they can't put a tent out front.
They can sell from inside their place, but they cannot sell from the street.
So
There's
they were
an
happy.
overlapping license with the city.
Did anybody check? Did you go to the event?
Yeah, I was at the barbecue stroll, yes.
So everything was fine?
Everything was fine.
Was there anyone outside?
Yeah, there were a lot, they all stayed the same, because I,
Right. I just wondered how many people actually took advantage of that.
That reminds me, when I come down Main Street yesterday, is this Saturday they're closing Main Street, East
Yes.
Main Street? Is that
you
the,
gave them permission to do an
it's the
outdoor.
Pride thing?
This is on the 15th.
I know, Joe and I discussed that for 2 days, we had no idea what,
I finally emailed Abby, and I had to,
it's not
I had another
listed.
question for her, but I said, my second question is, what's happening on East Main Street? And she emailed back, and she said, it's a Pride Festival, they were supposed to get a liquor license, didn't they? And I said, yeah, I just didn't make the connection with that date.
Okay, now, I guess on the record, or maybe not on the record, it's been my concern, you know, the license holder, according to the law as of 10 days ago, a license holder must be alcohol certified. And it seems like we almost have carte blanche for one-day license. Everybody else has got to be certified in some way, shape, or form. One-day license, we don't have that requirement. Why look upon them as selling alcohol any different than we should look upon other establishments?
I would say that they have less skin in the game than our other licensees, because it's a one-day thing, they're in and out.
Well, the other thing is, if it's an indoor event, and it's an event that's happened before, they're only required to get that application to me 7 days ahead of time. How are they gonna get someone trained between getting the application to me? And it's not like I can email those people and say, this is the new deal, because, you know, I don't have a database on one-day licenses with that kind of information.
Well, that poses another question. 30 days for outdoor events. Why can't they all be 30 days?
That's my feeling.
Mine too.
I don't understand why some events have a 7-day window to come to us and others have 30.
And has a compliance check ever been made at a one-day license event?
Age compliance check, no. But one day,
Well,
yes,
but
I go out.
you've checked.
Right, I've
one-day
done to check the
license.
strolls and all that stuff.
No,
but
no,
they haven't
check that,
checked.
but and then a compliance
I've
check.
never checked the age, I never done an age compliance check as an event.
I mean, that would be,
I think
in
that's,
my mind, that would be really cumbersome, trying to get a volunteer to commit to a date, making sure the inspector was open on that date for as many as we do.
Well, I'm just thinking.
That's not my point. My point is, they have less experience with alcohol than any of our licensees, because most of them, that's their living.
probably because it's just one day. I mean, I'm in the process of trying to get the places that do multiple events. I am trying to get them to have someone alcohol trained, and Tawnytown, you know, Westminster has done it, the county has done it, the rec department has done it. I mean, but a single spaghetti dinner that when they want, like St. John's spaghetti dinner, they want to sell beer.
How,
think it's
how
politically-
important do we feel alcohol management training is?
I think it's very important, I think, but,
Well, if we think it's very important, and I think we do,
I'm looking, and again, it's, not the right answer, but I think the political side of it is people very, very upset if we start making one days have to have alcohol management class.
or maybe they'd be very happy that we're looking out for the public safety to the extent that we are.
You will, you get some people, but then you also, government, big brother again, looking at me, But again, as I said, the board, you guys, if you want them trained, we can start making classes available and training them or, offering.
But again, like you say, you'd have to change that 7 days, because that doesn't give you time to do that.
Right, is that in our rules, or is that just in the application?
It's on the application.
So it's not in the book or anything, we just,
What do we,
No, but again, there's people that, well, even, I got a regular application this week from an attorney, and he was using a very outdated application.
did you send it back?
They get, well, I contacted him and said, we don't use this one anymore. We have a different character reference form and different requirements, so he's correcting all of that. But the idea of being able to get in touch with all of these people and let them know this is what the new requirement is going to be. I mean, it's easy with my establishments because I have a database of emails for my establishments. And if they don't read the email, then it's their fault that they weren't aware of this. But one-day licenses, I still have people come in, and of course I tell them when they do it, but I still have people coming in that they had an old one-day license and they just copied it and used it again. And that is not infrequent.
well, I personally don't think that 30 days creates problems, shouldn't create problems for any organization that wants a one-day license. And I know exactly what you're talking about. Those that have had it for years is just going to do the same old thing, and same old thing, and same old thing. But I don't think 7 days is sufficient time to issue a one-day license. And I think it should be uniform, that we have 30 days, should be 30 days for a license, period. You have deadlines for renewal of a license, and people pretty much follow them. Pretty much follow them because you all baby them. And that's what they're used to, and they're going to take advantage of it as long as they can. But that's only my,
I call it being customer friendly.
well, it's customer friendly to a certain extent, because they're used to it, and they would get used to the 30 days and still be customer friendly. But that's my thoughts. I'm only one person, so who's here and there? It's, if we do something that's detrimental to our Class B license holders, they're in here complaining about it. And I'm surprised that they haven't complained about the one-day deals, with so many of them happening. Where are they buying product from?
The 1 day they're allowed to buy product from a packaged goods store.
But how many of them do it from the little things, like 15 people they might be buying it, but somebody's going to have 500 people at a pull roast or something.
They can get a distributor, and
They're going to buy it from the distributor.
that's also a hassle, you have to drive all the way up to the distributor. A lot of places give them a deal, or they take back unopened cases. I mean, again, we can, you guys decide, you tell me to do it, we'll do it. I mean,
I'm just discussing it, it's just, the thought coming to me with these licenses here this morning,
I come at it from a public safety point of view. That's the only reason we care about alcohol management training is public safety. And I think public safety trumps a lot of stuff. And I don't know that we've had many problems with one-day licenses, but I don't think we've been monitoring what goes on at one-day indoor events, especially ones who have been doing it for a while.
I'll guarantee you, if these large events where there's several hundred people out, there's more people who leave those premises that would be subject to violations than leave established establishments.
Oh, I know, I know for a fact, the wine festival, I was working patrol officer, we got 3 DUIs coming up Center Street within 20 minutes from a wine festival, years ago when I was working the road. They used to have a contest, the state police would give the breathalyzers to people leaving, and they would blow .1, .15, they would go back in and try to get higher, BACs.
I know.
Anyway, I don't want to keep you all here.
I think, my personal opinion, if we're going to do this, which I can think we do, I think we wait another month, couple months, because the winter time is a slower time for us. Starting next year, we can start informing these people, and, start with the 30 days, or start with whatever you want done, but right now, it's busy time for 1 days, and I think we wait till it gets slower in winter time.
And we're scheduled out like September, some of them already, so we've already approved. And then what happens if you approve one next week and say, no, but you gotta have, but this guy didn't have to have?
Same thing with the new law, we give them a grace period, but I think if we do this, we should start July 1st, January 1st.
If you're gonna do this, I think you give each repeat person one free pass. And at that point, they're told, the next time you do this, you will be required to have someone trained at the
And-
event.
And every time you get an old form, same thing.
Well, I do that already.
Joe, I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying, and I don't think we can do it, quickly. I think it'd take time to even get the final process to its conclusion, and then that'll be several months down the road, and look at it from the standpoint that you just mentioned there.
And then I have one group that, they're deaf. I don't know how they would, you have any ideas on how they would get trained?
They probably have a translator that can do the class while I'm teaching the class.
Or maybe they don't have to have a member of the club be trained, but just have someone on premises who was trained.
I don't know where they even hold them.
They, I think they hold them at one of the fire companies.
I mean, then you start getting, well, it's going to be in Pleasant Valley, but Pleasant Valley, we're not going to use Pleasant Valley people. Is that ABC softball organization responsible, or is it Pleasant Valley if they're holding at Pleasant Valley?
Pleasant Valley does not want to be responsible. ABC can hire someone.
Yeah, but then how do we find that out?
Put on their application. You say, who is your designated alcohol management training person? And they'll go, what do you mean? You say, well, you need someone who has gone through this management training to monitor the event, because everyone else does. Just a thought.
Well, not to delay anything, but I have one other question. You mentioned earlier, notifying the attorneys that when they turn in an application, application, there has to be an executed lease, and that they somehow take the responsibility of if the lease changes between the application time and the actual
License issuance?
license issuance, that it's on them to notify us? Is that what you were going for?
Joe, what I was referring to, basically, yes, is what you said, but my concern with the lease is that what we're told is that, well, if we don't get the license, the lease, we don't want to be subject to that lease. And what I'm saying is, if I'm an applicant like that, and my attorney draws that up, and he does not take care of that in there, shame on them. You follow me? What I'm saying is that a lease should be signed. And you all's reply is, well, they want to make sure that they get the liquor license before they actually sign that lease. That's their problem, not ours. I don't think we should be given a license to anybody who does not have signed leases and so on and so forth, other than county permits, electrical, kitchen, health department, stuff like that.
So, do you want me to notify attorneys
Well, that's
that
just,
we deal with?
that's just my opinion. Two others here. If they don't feel that's important,
I thought a signed lease was part of the
Requirement?
requirement.
one of the
on it, yeah,
requirements.
so why wouldn't we require a signed lease? And that lease should be the lease that stands. If the lease changes, then they have to submit a new lease.
Like Kelly is one that many times she has turned in a lease that has the, what it's gonna be, but it's not signed, but then she gets me the signed lease.
And not just the
before
lease.
I ever issue the license.
Yeah, not just the lease, but other agreements
Yes.
are not signed. We just get to see the draft.
Yeah.
And Kelly said, well, if the liquor license is approved, then all these documents will be signed as you require, and I will provide them to you.
Yeah.
And what we do with her is we say, well, we'll issue the license contingent on you getting us these documents signed. And she's very good at that. I don't know if everybody is as good as she is doing that. But that's what we've done in the past with her.
And I'm just saying, do not
Done
want
the same thing
to
with
do
Bridget.
that way anymore.
Couldn't there just be a document that states from the landlord, the attached lease is the lease that is proposed contingent upon the transfer of the license and will be signed? I mean, wouldn't that
Yeah,
give the same effect?
That's the language that Dave's talking about, being in the lease, that the attorney would draft it, that this lease is only effective in the event that the lessor gets a liquor license.
Right.
And if it don't get the liquor license, then the lease is null and void, because that's the language of the lease.
Right.
So they would sign that beforehand,
Right.
because the attorney drafted it that way,
Right.
and he would give it to us. But I don't know how many attorneys would do that. But maybe what Dave's saying is that we contact the normal attorneys who, and say, we would like to have a signed lease at the time of the hearing, and it'd be advantageous for you to put language in there that the lease is null and void if the liquor license is not granted. Maybe that's what you're saying.
Well, I thought he was saying he wants the signed lease at the time of application.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right, but so, and it's their responsibility, yes. Yeah,
At the
adhering.
time of application.
Yeah, application.
Oh, it's the time of application or the time that we actually hear the case? If they hand us a signed lease at the time of the hearing.
You're
is
okay
it-
with that? Or you definitely want it at the time of application?
Well, I don't know.
personally, they ought to have it, if they're having a hearing today, they ought to have it today. Signed lease today.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be signed at the time they turn the application in?
Right.
So that then becomes an
By the
incomplete
hearing
application.
day,
It should be signed.
But here again, what I'm trying to eliminate, when you turn an application in, it's complete. When you went to school, if you turn an incomplete essay or something in, it went back to you until you completed it and you turned it in.
Well, it's not complete when they turn it in. If they turn a signed lease the day of the hearing, it's not
Right.
complete.
Right, so,
What?
so I think Dave is talking
It's
about.
not complete if they turn in the signed lease the day of the hearing. It's not turned in to Joe a month beforehand.
That's what I'm saying. It
I
all,
agree, it should be, everything should be done,
everything should be done.
It doesn't get scheduled for the next,
everything's done.
until you get everything that's required, just like renewal. An application for a transfer or a new license should mirror a renewal. Everything within the packet has to be complete,
Except for permits, which.
except for the things that we know. Health Department's never going to approve it because they do a final inspection the day before they open. So the Health Department's always going to be no. But I know that, so
That's fine.
that's fine. I can send out something, you can help me draft it.
I haven't been involved in any of this.
his chocolate cake is wearing off.
Yeah, his chocolate cake's wearing off.
Okay, no problem.
Send something out to all of, I have a list of attorneys that we routinely deal with. It's about 12.
It can't be many.
It's about 12.
That's more than I would suspect.
And I use the example that when I had to go to zoning before I knew I could build a restaurant out at the airport because it was a special exception, I had to show up to zoning with a signed lease, and in my signed lease, it was contingent upon zoning allowing me to open a restaurant there. So it can be put in that document, it can be a cover letter of that, it can be part of that document somehow that you know that this lease is null and void if X doesn't happen.
I can't believe, and I'm not an attorney and don't know that much about it all, but I can't believe, I guarantee you, if I was buying a property and it was dependent upon something, there'd be some ifs, ands, and buts in that lease or contract of sale before this boy ever made any down payment or signed a
Yeah,
paper.
you see it in the contract of sale a lot. That this contract is contingent upon
Hell, yeah, how many real estate contracts is contingent upon financing?
audit.
There you go.
Or on sale of your previous home.
Well, that's why I point, that lease this morning said, in exchange for the transfer of the liquor license.
Yeah, that was just,
Which was just bad verbiage, but I think what they meant is, upon approval of the transfer.
well, he's from a different county where, that mu- you know, for instance, in Baltimore City,
Right.
licenses can be transferred as an
part of the
asset
sale.
of the sale. So, you know, it's, he just borrowed language from another transaction, I think. But,
See, and I think that's when we get a lease, and they're from property management companies, they have that template, and they just fill in your numbers. So to add something, they would have to actually like add something that says contingent upon the liquor license being approved, that isn't in every lease that they do.
So we agreed? We okay? Anything else? If not, this meeting is adjourned until August the 14th at our next scheduled meeting at 10 a.m. in a live hearing, I assume in this room.